Oop, camera. All right, there we go. Ordinary, what's up, buddy? It's just storming like shit here. I can't do anything. I can't do a really long stream, but I can do a little bit. So why not? Get a couple logs in. Good logs. Yeah. I mean, it's like, sunshiny and then rain stormy. It's terrible. Hey, Turbo, what's up, buddy? What can I get out of here? Let's see. Oop. Oh, good, buddy. I can get on for a little while today. Get a couple more logs done. So we can just come and get planks. Ah, fuck. Oop. I don't think that I got enough. I can't fucking do my controls. All right. V. Now grab it. Oh my god, it's been 30 seconds already. This game's frustrating me. Yeah. Oh, I'm good. I thought I was calm. I felt calm until just now. Okay. I mean, I'm hoping I can open up the center of that somehow. What a pain in the fucking ass. You expect us to make 800 fucking trips in here in a single? No. Go where? No, you're fine. I'm the one that's fucked up. I'm hoping I can... Yeah. Clear that up. Maybe I just gotta warm up or something. I figured. Stay on it, stay on it. There we go. Hopefully this next set will go a lot better. The mediums, I believe, are all done, unless there's a surprise coming. Which is more than possible. Oh, yeah. I normally use it just for logs. He's my medium guy. I have enough for that now. I got a short guy and a medium guy and a long guy. I have to reset. I gotta get gas up there anyway. I like how he has a roof rack too. That's very helpful. I'm going to take a couple longs over there too, just in case. It's perfect. I got to keep my body chemicals up. And it's Dr. Pepper. I'll probably have another one. Yeah. Dr. Pepper. It's about my only treat during the day. The rest of the time, just scoop out the toilet water. I think this is it. We can park up here, I think. Yeah, I have some coffee in the morning, but I'm not really much of a coffee drinker. That's my brother. Maybe one. That's about it. I mean, God, my brother and sister at 6 o'clock at night, sip, sip, sip. I'm like, fuck. Come on. Come on now. Okay, we'll put him right there, I think would be good. Just in case we need logs again. Solo, what's up, buddy? All right, now I got to reset over here. Leave him in there, just in case more logs are needed. Man, all my trucks are coming out again. I thought I could be efficient. Where the fuck is everybody? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I could get on for a little bit today. Where's the cat? We'll leave him. Let's see who's over here. Yeah, I could get on for a little bit today. So I started Cola yesterday after having scouted both maps. The only other thing I managed to accomplish was position 3 fuel trucks in Amandra. There is a garage in Amandra, but I forget the missions. You have to do a couple missions, and then it unlocks the mission to build the garage, but it doesn't. Yeah, the garage is there, but it's. I mean, I can't say it's really helpful. Yeah, I forget. I forget the procedure though to do it. I'm sure it's on the internet somewhere. What missions you have to do to unlock it. It's like there, but because you can't. It's like you can't get to it easy. I remember one spot. I needed a pull truck on one side to get the guys through this little area. It was nasty. But yeah, that never hurts. I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing now is I'm trying to unlock all the bridges, but we need wooden planks. So the logs aren't really affected by the but any bridge, any air access to area. Yeah. Well, we're going to do this now, right? So we don't have to come back and do logs. I don't want to be doing this. Everybody's here. We got the gear here. We stuff it full. And there's also another area thing I noticed on this map too, which over here, this warehouse is a storage zone. So I, for example, could get the FEM out, right? We could make a couple runs of fertilizer, and then I don't have to come up here to get fertilizer. I only have to come to here, which is no picnic by itself. But that's a storage zone. And for these areas, you need to take advantage of it. Like, is that a storage zone? See, oh, that is a storage zone. Well, maybe. I got to see. If they're all storage zones. Is that a storage zone too? Yeah, that's a storage zone. Yeah. Look at that. 24 medium logs. But a couple bundles of those medium logs are for another fucking mission that's locked on the other side. And it's actually shorter to go through this tunnel. So I've got to take 2 medium logs to someplace. So 2 of those medium logs are taken. Is this a storage zone too? I got to see if I can put shit in there. I got to see if I can do that. That would be very helpful. Even better than this, because that's easier access. And who the fuck wants to go up there every time you need something? This reminds me, this area's packaged sand right here. Fuck wants to come up here. Not Sarge. But yeah, that's the only mechanic that I didn't take advantage of was the storage zones where I could store materials there. It was very noticeable in Washington. I mean, Washington State is the one that taught me, but if I had been doing that the whole time, I don't know when they come in. It was like Wisconsin or something. Oh, in Washington? Yeah, I was stationed up in Washington at Fairchild. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying about the mechanic, right? Because this map is talking us all over. Uh, and if I can bring that fertilizer all the way down there, that's going to be huge. That's a huge advantage. And I can do it with the FEM. I can bring 8 at a time. Yeah, and well, it takes time to bring uh the stuff down, true, but if you're pulling 8 like I was in Washington, like I was going up for package sand, drive all the way up there, get 2, come all the way back. Fuck, I need 2 more. I got to go all the way up there and come all the way back. Fuck. And then I need 1. So I got to go up there and go. That's what I was doing. I'm like, this is stupid. Once I figured out I could put it in there, we'll put that to the test. I've still got to learn this area. I'm gonna leave him here. The forester for rescues. Oh, this is so annoying. I can. Oh my god. Okay, can I? Yeah. Well, think of that as a mechanic. I mean, it could help. It helped me in Washington. All of a sudden, I finished it, And I remember I did spend a whole day or 2 days, like I'm doing now, on logs. I stuffed them full. That thing's not going to work. Who could I get to take that back? Can I? Yeah, that's going to be a mess. I'll have to come back and get it. Not me, I'm cheap. I always sell all my trailers when I'm done. Even now, I got like $4 million. I'd sell them. Don't leave money on the table. Especially early. Oh my God, in Michigan? Woo! Because selling a lot of the trailers pays just as much as a mission does. A contract. A lot of times. So it's just pretty much like doing a contract. Yeah, I'd sell them. I'm going to go get a bunch. Eventually, I'll get them all. I mean, you got to do what your game, direction you go in. There's nothing wrong with that. I wouldn't. Like a logging trailer, that's $15K. That's as much as a contract in a lot of places. I had to delete one yesterday because it glitched into the logs when the log bridge got built. I couldn't get it out, and restarting the game didn't fix it, so I deleted it in case I needed to. I could pull him at the same time. Let me get... Where's the, where are you? There. Where are you? Oh, right there. What the hell was that? What was that? What did I just get? Codex? Oh, okay. What? Okay, it's tu problema? Let's take it back, because I don't need this thing up here. It was the experiment that failed. There we go. That'll be a little easier. Wouldn't hurt to fill him up with gas. Pretty soon we won't have to do this anymore. Wait, where did the cat go? Was I that far up ahead? Okay. All right, you're coming with me. The cat doesn't even care. Triple 145. Man, how are you managing? Man, good grief. We need to report that to Twitch. It's gotta be a record. We gotta get you credit somehow. But I'm just resetting to do some more logs. And it's nighttime again. That's a lot of power to give somebody. It's a lot of power. Never-ending toilet flushes? Yeah. Yeah. I hear that sound during the day, you know, like when I'm out in the store. I'm like, yeah, this is it. Swirling down the bowl now. Yeah. At least now I have the power. I got the power. You know, I can ban people from using the... Really? They don't know what fucking mute is? Jesus, I'm an old bastard. I know what mute is. Can't you mute? I think I've been in one of those type of meetings. That's it. I mean, ours was more... Well, I guess Skype counts. Because we were doing some grinding, some pretty close collar grinding, and they wanted to fucking negotiate what the room temperature needed to be. Because in that case, that fucking Heinz ketchup, they wanted tenths. I'm like, tenths? I do not zoom. I don't know how to say that. Swom Uleki 56? Yeah, nobody. I'm solo only. Lone Ranger. I did try it once. Yeah. I did try it once, but all my trucks ended up, they drove them off a cliff. Yeah. 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 I was like, that's it. Yeah. Yeah. No. I mean, with you all, yeah, I might do it, but you know, when you do it, I mean, free range, call it free ranging, asking for it. Yeah. I mean, I thought, yeah, it's streaming. Yeah, everybody's good. Yeah, no. Oh, all the time. And Snowrunner's multiplayer sucks. You would think that would be one thing that would be, you know, locked down. It's a multiplayer. Across platform, that might be different. You know, that'd be really hard. But yeah, we went through all that. You know, and then it's a big deal to ban somebody. Not anymore. Oh, I needed that trailer. Shit. Well, let me release it then. I'll have to turn that thing around. I need to take that back to the trailer store. Look at that. The cat can barely get through here. Fucking shit. What could that possibly add to the game? Except indigestion. Look, the fucking cat. Look at this. The cat was almost stuck in the garage. Okay, let's leave it right there temporarily. Don't they have a like open server where you can find people to play with? I mean, I heard it's not fun, but I think there is such a thing. We'll have to grab that because I want to sell that and get the short model. Ah, God. Yeah, I don't know. I thought somebody said there was something like that. I mean, I'd only go in there with the fucking Fleet Star. That would be it. Although the multiplayers, you all get money. So you could build up your money that way. Yeah. Yeah. I need to make like a video, like a clip that I can play. And it'd be me wearing a cowboy hat. And I'd say, hell no! Like that. I think that'd be good. I think that'd be great. Oh, shit. That'd be great. You know? Oh, shit. I mean, one of the funniest things I ever saw was it was a streamer called Sheriff Eli, and somebody was like going on about a point or something about the game. That was really no big deal, but they were making a big deal about it. And he had made a video of like the movies where it's got the music where it's building up, do 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 do, and the Statue of Liberty standing there. You know what I'm saying? And the stars like form overhead, and it goes da, and the words on the screen said nobody cares. Yeah. I mean, it's this big dramatic. Yeah, yeah, it was so good. And he had a whole different bunch of them, Oh, it was so fucking fun. Chat went crazy, man. Yeah. Like the Star Wars, the Dolby. It was the Dolby sound, the Dolby, and it starts real low and then it builds up and there's like trumpets. It was that. And it was... Oh, God. It was so good. Yeah, it was so good. Yeah. It was that music and some of the graphics. Oh, man. Yeah, I was thinking I gotta ask Chat GPT to make me a fried chicken emote. I need one of them. I was thinking, I'm surprised I don't have one by now. All right, I'm gonna leave him there for now. Turn off engine. Turn off your engine. Let's go back to the garage. And out he's gonna come. Where are you? Boom. He can only do shorts, which is, I don't know what to think of that. I hope he can make it over the rocks now I'm looking at him. I guess we're going to find out. Oh man, this is the Avonhorn. So good. It's a DLC. It could pull a fucking mountain. Yeah, it's so good. But he just run logs. I mean, I might have to change up because normally I'm cruising around in the fem. That's why I do all my work. Oh, it's so good, Eagle. I know that big long ass hood on it. I love it. I love it. See, he can use these foodums too, which is. I mean, I was driving around Quebec and he did not give a shit. You know, just where do I need to go on the ice? Straight ahead. Just, yeah. You don't have to do it. Oh, God. I gotta go get shorts because he'll do the shorts. And then the Antarctic actually does the longs. The Antarctic does a great job with long logs. I should buy another one of them. got a good horn too. I mean, really good on fuel too. Look at that. Some Scouts burn more than that thing is right now. And hopefully I get a better tempo than yesterday. There's a lot of experimentation though yesterday too. Big old truck and a little bitty rock takes out his suspension. Oh no, I gotta sell it. C M. We want the let's see, can I hook the no, wasn't there another oh, I think it's got the hitch on it. Yeah, Foodum S. There we go. Very stable. I don't know what to use them for. There you go. Yeah, I was in the Air Force. Wasn't a drill sergeant. I was a jet engine mechanic first, and then second, I was a flight engineer on C-130. So those cargo planes with the propellers. I was kind of forced into the second job. I wouldn't have left the first job, but they fired me. in a conspiratorial nature type of form, so I would become a flight engineer because they were always short. Because in actuality, most people didn't make it. I'm not. No, well, the kind of the building with wings, that's a C5. This is a smaller version. You know, the C5 is like 3 stories high or something. And then there's a C-17. That's a kind of a smaller version of a C5. And then the 130s are kind of on the bottom. Because we mostly travel with the Army. They called us tactical airlift. Like the other guys would bring it in, like from airport to airport. We would take it from the airport to the dirt. Right? Because our plane, being a propeller, could land in the dirt. Yeah, yeah. I was there when the C-17s just came out. They replaced the 141s. As a matter of fact, a very Snowrunner streamer. Oh my God, what is? I can't think of his name. I'm farting. There's another Snowrunner streamer. He was a not Storm. It's he makes YouTube videos. Fuck, what? I just I know you'll know who he is. He's reviewed all the trucks. He's incredible knowledge about the trucks and everything. But he was a loadmaster on C-17s. Let me see if now I can't think of anything else. YouTube. Let's see. I'll go. Snowrunner truck reviews. MP Province. That's it. Thanks, S driver. Yeah. God, is he knowledgeable? I mean, he is super knowledgeable, man. Yeah, he was a loadmaster. Oh man, he's very good at with SnowRunner stuff. Oh my God, way beyond me. Oh, ads are running. gonna take him into the garage real quick. Okay, we're back. Yeah, but if you ever see MP Province up, and he's doing Snowrunner, you got, man, I'm telling you. The only thing that made me laugh about the C-17, now I hope it's changed. Because I was on there like version 1.0, okay? I think there was only like 4 of them in the Air Force at the time. And so, ooh, a C-17, let me go over there and see what's going on. I got up to the flight station, you know, it was like the new cars. There wasn't a lot of the switches everywhere, right? It was mostly screens. And at the time, it couldn't get too hot. Or a big siren would go off. I'm not kidding you. Saying you know, yeah, like the glass is going to bake. And then I wanted to tell somebody, hey, you know we're taking this to the desert, right? But the thing that made me crack up, this is the Avonhorn 815. It's a DLC, as a matter of fact. It's so good. Oops, I meant to. It's you know, it's got a lot of all kinds of stuff. You know, one of these or maintenance add-on or that would kind of be a waste. I use it mainly for logs, but it can fucking haul anything easily. It's got its own crane. I never use that. Sideboard bed. I don't know if it can. I don't think it can run a thing and a sideboard bed. I'm not sure. But mostly I use him for logs, but he can literally pull anything. It's so good. This and there was a heavy duty truck that came with it. I can't remember what it is. I'm sure I use it. I can't remember. I believe it. The thing that made me crack up about it was, like I said, it had a glass flight station. Oh, hey, gamer. Hey, my early days, that's all I had was base game shit. I didn't have options for all of this. So it's possible to do. You're doing just fine. Get the trucks if you can and when you can. Yeah. But yeah, but the flight control was, it looked like a 4x4 coming out of the floor. And it had like an F-16 flight, you know, control on the top. I'm like, what the hell is this? This is how they do it with this big fucking 4x4? This is how they do it? I hope that's different. Oh my God. It's probably all fly-by-wire anyway. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that, gamer. I mean, hopefully someday you can get one. I mean, it doesn't really, you know. The other trucks can do it all. But the problem initially with the C-17 is when... Oh, thanks for the alert, driver. No, no. It's not worth that. No. But the problem with the C-17 at the beginning, I'm sure this is fixed now, was when they were like doing airdrops and stuff, the crew would get overloaded. Because they took the flight engineer off, they didn't need our grumpy ass up there no more. And the navigator, didn't need him. Or her. So there's only 2 pilots up there. Then they started putting 3 pilots. Somebody to do the radios. It's not the job of the flight engineer. And nav. Because the nav normally ran like the radios. And they had to do it by themselves. And then I found out later that, you know, even back then, during a certain part of the airdrop, they would turn on the computer and the computer would take over some of the functions. I don't know what functions it was. So, but there won't be any airdropping no more. That's done. There won't be no more parachuting. That's done too. Yeah, won't be doing that. Not when we can hit them with the missile. Or I guess drop a Terminator drone in there now. Oh, did it? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they got a full... You know, they'll have that plane for a long time. But they won't be... I mean, they'll still need cargo, but, you know, they're not going to jump people anymore. They're just not. I mean, that was one of our missions. Like, for example, for us, was if they were going to hit somebody with a cruise missile, the teams would go in and we would either land in a remote location or they would jump out. He was a special forces guy, and then they would get eyes on the target and they would watch it, and then the missile would be shot. You know, they would all be timed, and usually they put themselves where it was flying right over their heads, and then they would link up with the missile because they had a camera even back then in the nose. And so then they would watch it and steer it into the building themselves. And then if the guy ran to another building, they could change the target on the fly, if you follow what I'm saying. But now they can do it. You know, I could probably do it from a house. You know, stuff like that. God knows what they got now. I did see the Mark 1 1.0. We were in Yuma testing something else. What were we testing? Oh, we were testing. They wanted the platform. They needed a better platform for airdropping the, I can't say the number, but the max load of the C-130 to airdrop it. And so they were testing because it was more like a Lapes than a, that heavy. It would kind of drift into the ground, it wouldn't swing down. It'd still have that forward momentum because it was so fucking heavy. And then it would hit the ground, but the pallet was tumbling. And this was just a big piece of iron filled with sand. I don't know what they were fucking gonna drop that was that heavy, but they had to. So it was like a sled with a, ramped up front end, really, is what they were doing. And then when it came time to drop, my fucking pilot said, "I'll see you later." I was like, "Where the fuck you going?" They got somebody else to do this job. I'm just gonna sit down here. I'm like, "You fucking asshole." What, you're the one that's irreplaceable? But this guy came in, he was from California. Yeah, my pilot said, "See ya, bitch." Even the nav, I mean, now the nav I expected to get, like, you don't gotta be here for this. Because it literally could fucking kill us. They needed me. The co-pilot was sitting there. We're looking at each other like, what the fuck is this? The nav's like, peace. And then he's gone. The pilot's gone. And the poor load, but they did have some more people back there too, taking pictures or whatever. And, he's like, it's going to be fine. Like, he didn't give a shit. He was like Matthew McConaughey, just like his hair wasn't even regular. Nothing. I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? He ain't military, that's for sure, but he had all the accoutrements, so they had the biggest drag chutes that they could have on this fucker. Because the most important thing for that was, the pallets are locked. And really one of the most important jobs of low mats when we're doing a drop is make sure those locks are disengaged so the parachute can pull that thing out the fucking back. That's for any load, but man, they deployed those chutes because we had to put our helmets on. We had to strap all the way in. We had to, all the things. And, they go 1, 2, 3, green light, and they hit the button. And those chutes deployed, and it jerked me so hard in the seat that I went slamming forward into the seatbelts. I had a cross thing and everything. It almost fucking knocked me out. And it took me a minute to come back to my senses. I mean, I don't know if it was a minute, but I'm like waking up, and then they're screaming in the back, "This thing isn't moving." Like, it's just sitting there. I was like, hell, we had these massive chutes in the back. I don't know what the biggest, they were fucking humongous. They were like, like the circumference was bigger than our entire airplane. I was like, holy fuck. And yeah. And I'm looking at our airspeed, and it's bleeding off like crazy. It just starts cranking down. We got to like air minimum control speed, VMCA, which is the minimum airspeed required for your flight controls to be effective. Meaning you're just going to stall. And it's going, there's nothing to do. I said, we're hitting at VMCA. As soon as it hit it, he jammed the throttle forward as much as possible. Right? That had already been done. But it wasn't doing anything. It's just sitting there. And there wasn't a fucking thing we could do about it. There was no jumping out. We were too low. Could we have landed on the ground? I suppose. It wouldn't have been easy. We would have spilled our coffee, if you know what I mean. And then, it was just, I don't know, it seemed like forever. I know it wasn't forever, but then it just decided to leave. It left. And because we were going down, as soon as it left, we just popped right up in the air. Oh my God. And it failed. The friggin' pallet tumbled. Imagine. It was tens of thousands of pounds. Tumbling. I was like, oof. And then when we landed, our number 3 engine they were going to do another one. I was like, oh my God. And then when we started up, number 3 just shit the bed. Like, fuck this. It blew some kind of seal and dumped all the oil on the ground. And I'm like, thank God for that. And then as we're standing on the ramp playing grab ass, they're like, look over there. And they were pulling out of a trailer the first version of the Predator drone. It was gonna have its first flight. I'm like, oh my God. Even then I knew we were out of a fucking job. Oh, fuck. That was a place that on base there was this building, and it was very skinny, and it was super long. It was a bowling alley. They only had 3 lanes. We go, and the guy goes, 3 lanes, one's always open. Oh my God. And now, as far as the airdropping goes, if they really needed to airdrop something to somebody, they have a system they can put on the pallet that, will deploy the chute and steer it to a pre-programmed set of GPS coordinates. If they need to do it, so they could drop it from 50,000 feet. And it'll steer itself to wherever it needs to go. If they need to do that, I mean. I doubt they need to do that now. Won't be any CDS drops, nothing. Which is good. It's like hanging your ass out the window with your pants down. All right, we're back, everybody. We're back. Stupid logistics. All right, let's go get the that must be one of them chiller things. It was chiller. That's bold. That's a bold move, bringing the twin steer out. That's bold. Bold move. He should be able to make it through this crap, all right. I mean, if you do take the twins down, you know what you're getting. I mean, you know what you're getting. Yeah. But you got to give the stream crew, like this crap here, he could go right through this shit. He doesn't give a shit. But these little rocks right here. Yeah, that's how I do it. If I'm taking it out, I'm taking it out. Yeah. I don't know. I wish it had like a fuel thing or something you could put on it. Hell, I'd even load it on there with the crane. You know what I mean? Like, we could at least tow something with it, which might mitigate a little bit of the tippage. But I don't know why we couldn't have like a... Yeah, I think it could use something. Right? Its own friggin' like container or something you could put on it. It could have fuel or repair points and a fucking hitch. Come on. It'd be a great supply truck. I mean, you couldn't take it many places, but I think a trailer would mitigate. I mean, when I put the fuel Bowser on the 800, it did help a little bit keeping it stable. But it doesn't get stuck. And it's very powerful. You know, I don't know where it rates now, but when all these other trucks weren't here, it was the second most powerful engine behind the Kolobs, as I understand it. You know, the Kolobs were the big daddies on the road, but not anymore. But way back in the day. Although I did drive that thing all over Alaska. Because it's so long, you know, one set of tires is always on a good set of ground. Yeah, exactly. I think if I had a vote, I would do it. That's why I don't think it would. I don't think it would be game breaking or anything. I don't think. I don't think anybody would mind. I mean, if I had to wish for something, I suppose that would be it. I mean, the other stuff too is great. I mean, they upgraded the P12 and of course, no one Saber the way that I do. Oh yeah, we'll give you an add-on for it, but it's got to go everywhere with the logging crane. Yeah. Oh yeah, you can have all that stuff, but you got to take a logging crane. Yeah. And now, you know, with Road Kings, we're getting fucked because they're getting key animation and we're not. You know, because we go to start it. You know, every time we go to start a truck, we need to see that key animation. How annoying would that be? Here's the part I was kind of worried about. Oh, never mind. Ooh, ooh. Easy now. What the fuck was that? Hey, Mad. What's up, buddy? I've been like just dicking around on the expedition. I looked at my nanites the other day and I'm at 1.2 million. I fucking. I can't stop. I mean, I take all that back, you know. Yeah. And the damage on the rifle that I got. So what am I doing with all that? I'm just experimenting, turning over. Yeah, I'm turning over the X-Class upgrades. That's what I'm doing now. Just to see. I can take the gun and the ship back. The gun's over 100,000 damage. I'm like, holy fuck. don't think I've ever had a pistol. It's a rifle, you know, the rifle that comes with the thing. I don't know if it's a rifle, but that's all I'm doing now is refining nanites. That's it. And tried building different farms that I wanted to build. Just to see. Yeah. Yeah, I got mine on the, you know, that fancy rifle we got with the... I don't want to put too much, you know, I can take one back with me. And the ship, too, I believe. So the solar's coming back with me. But we're waiting. What was it? 55%? 55%. I was waiting for something to happen. I thought something would happen like at 50%. Like, we're not going to fucking ride this out. You know, uh-oh, we're getting invaded, you know. We got to do something about that. Yeah, that's mine, yeah. And I got those X-Class and the recharge, you know, where it recharges the neutron can, it's almost instant. I'm like, fuck. Yeah, it is, Chipmunk. I was hoping something would happen. Like, okay, we can wait, right? 25%, I expected something. 50%, I expected something. And nothing. Did they explain it at all? I didn't. I should go to the... I guess I should go to the Discord. Like, what are you doing? What is this getting you? Yeah, that's it. I get 20 and then I turn them over, and more often than not. But once you get them, that's it. I got so many nanites I'm doing now, it doesn't matter. The aggravating part is, you know, warping to each station, you know. Hey, Boogaloo. Oh, good. It's better, I think. I think we got momentum with the logs. That was a rough day yesterday. Yeah. And then you got to watch watch them pirate stations too, because some of them you warp to it, you fall through the floor. I'm like, oh my God. Don't go to those. Just write them off your list. Yeah. Well, what happens is the station like half forms. And this is only on pirate stations. So if you get a station, like I got a bunch of regulars that I go to now because I know they're safe. But if I go to a new one, I warp to another station that I know is safe and then back to that one and see if I stay there. And then how you recover it is, you know, you kind of need your jetpack to be, you know, maxed out. And then you'll fall, and then you have to boost yourself into the station. You follow what I'm saying? Like, you'll fall through the floor, but the floor won't be there. It'll be like a skeletal station. It will fall through the floor, and then if you can get your boost back up, like, into the station, then hit escape and reload your restore point. And then that will get you into that station, but don't go back, because the next time that you do, the floor will disappear. So if you're chasing X-Class, just watch out for that. Yeah. But you can't be out in space, right? You can't be out in space and try to reload your restore point. You need to be in at least the framework of that place, and then you can reload. So that's the only danger of that. Like there's always something. Yeah. So just be on the lookout. So I'm always ready with my hand on the space bar, ready to boost. At a new station, because it'll get you. What happens if you die out in space? I don't know. I mean, before we didn't have the, I'm assuming they'll put your grave on a planet. Right? Because now, at least, with the, advent of the, I'm thinking about, like, I'm not even sure what happens, but if you die in the expedition, do you have to start over? I mean, not that you couldn't catch up, but now with the Corvettes, we can walk around outside in space. So, but you don't seem to float; you fall. Right? It makes, if I'm making sense. If I'm making sense with that. Because once you find one that falls through the floor, still doing derelict runs the exhibition to see what's out there in terms of freighter upgrades. Only 45 run now, nothing. Oh, SPAC type. Yeah. I mean, I got a freighter in this one, so I got it before we started that thing. I haven't seen any freighters lately. So, it was like the first day I started the expedition, I got into a freighter battle. I got a freighter, then I get a pirate freighter later. Oh, where's the shorts? Shorts are down here, maybe. I've been talking, yeah. Yeah. But they can't keep going with these expeditions like this. Yeah. They can't keep doing this. We had the garbage. Now we got 2 points on the straight line, which is straight to Sucktown. We can't be having this. I mean, this one alone feels malicious. That's how it's starting to feel to me. Like it's actually malicious. I don't know what they're doing. Yeah. There's another, right? They have a different endpoint than we want. I don't know what their endpoint is, but I mean, it seems to me like they don't want to support No Man's Sky anymore. That's what it seems like. I mean, it's been a great run. And it's been great, but I don't want to keep doing this. What we got here. There's the fuel usage. So it's over then. Oh, I like the twin steer. You know, you could definitely say it's got stability issues. That's why I don't take it out. Like this kind of environment right here would not be good for it. I mean, I've used it a lot in earlier maps. But these here, I mean, if there was a purpose for it, I would probably be using it. But, you know, it just turns over too easy to be... You know, you can take the race suspension off. That helps a little bit. And there's one set of tires that you can have dualies on the back, which also helps. But, I mean, in Alaska, it was great. I drove it all over the place. It doesn't really get stuck. The engine's powerful. And, you know, like this kind of mud, it doesn't really care about. But you hit that rock on a back tire, you know, you're over. Especially running like cargo containers. You know, that extra large 4-slot cargo container. It one set of tires does. Yeah, now I bought the tire pack. I can't say that it's in the tire pack, but I do have the tire pack, and there is one set. I can't think of the name. There is dualies. It's only one. But we were talking about that earlier. I would wish there was more frame add-ons for it. We could at least make it some like a support vehicle. But there's no way I'd take it down that rocky thing right there, not with any kind of load on it. You know, and a trailer hitch. Why can't it pull a trailer? But I'm very fond of the wind steer. You know, we had it in Michigan. We used it a lot there. Alaska, I used it a lot. And then that was about it. There was some muddy spots in Tamir I used it for, but it you know, I've taken it out, you know, on a dare, basically. It could, I mean, they've upgraded some other trucks. I mean, maybe there's some upgrades they could do it to make it a little better. It's still in the garage. I still have it. I mean, I think it's a great truck for the right situation. Like this, it's not for it. Yeah. But down there in the marsh, it'd be great. Ugh. Just need a little push. So, I mean, it's in my garage. I'm just looking for an excuse to use it. Like I said, I would have hoped that it, you know, would have got some more loving by now. Yeah, it is fast. We should get some. There's a pop. Did the cat need some? Forrester needs some. Let's fill him up. And then cat itself. Shit. I'm burning up that cat. Come on, man. Can't get up the hill. Chair. That boy. Hey, bud. He's still tired from yesterday. That ain't it. Oh, we're down here. No, they seem heavier too. Fucking, Avon barely. I mean, all we had was mediums. I think the first time we saw shorts was late COVID. I forget when the first long logs first showed up. We were like, what the bleep is these things? I need 5 of them. For another mission later, that same one that's locked up that needs the mediums. So, I mean, I'll bring 6 over. I'm not going to run 1 over. So there'll be this and 2 more trips. Luckily, got the system down today. And then we won't have to do logs again. This will be it. If barring any surprises. And I'm gonna bring a couple longs over here too. Just because. No, not yet. I don't know what made me do the mediums first, but then I said I'll do the shorts. But the logs don't really bother me. The Antarctic handles them just fine. The mediums were the most work. These are the least work. And then I can't find any missions that need longs or long planks. But we have them. And since all my trucks is set up on the login stuff, I'm going to just fill it up so we don't have to worry about it. Or I don't have to worry about it anymore. I need to do 2 more trips after this one of this because I need 5 shorts for a mission that's still locked. But I don't want to stop because, you know, we got login on the brain. So we'll just stuff the logs in there and then this will be done. Barring any surprises, I'll leave the trucks out. Because, I mean, this really is their jobs. So, because we got the trailers and everything set up. So, I'll just park them somewhere. And then, if something pops up, but I don't think it will. But, you never know. But I'm not anticipating any worry whatsoever with the longs. But you'll see, the Antarctic hands them so good. We'll fill up when I come back. I hit a big rock. Yeah. right. Oop. Take advantage of that. Wait for the tires to turn. Wait for the tires to turn. And we got. Hang on, trailer. Hang on. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. Just to give us something to do. You know, busy work. I guess. I don't. Yeah. It said that when it all started, there was just mediums, and then they made shorts and longs. It's usually the mediums that give me the biggest problems. The shorts, this guy handles them pretty good. And like I said, the Antarctic handles those long logs like a boss. I mean, this area is pretty tough now, but he should be able to do it. Well, we got a couple more trips of this. So many logs and planks on this map. Now we got buoys. Fucking around with buoys. Easy now. I thought it won't move. Good question. I just left it there. I could tow it somewhere, but it's probably a mission or something. Yeah, I'll leave it there till the end. I can't claim it or nothing. I mean, maybe they'll give it to us. Yeah, and the weird thing is, it's not mine. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know who that is. Usually, I can say that's mine. That's mine. And then I'm playing off. That's my strategy. Okay? Don't mess with the grand plan. It's in the middle of the river. It's because I wanted it there. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I could say, yeah, my truck's in the middle of the river. You know, and as soon as you get 3,000 hours, you might know why. Yeah, I put it there. Yeah, I know it's there. I'm not saying I'm not to say I got stuck. You know. Yeah. Yeah. Or you can play it another way. What? My truck's in the middle of the river? What do you mean? Yeah, you know, you do that to the pilots. Hey, you know the thing's hanging? Yeah, I know the thing's hanging. Yeah. You can't never say you got busted. You know. One time there was there was a big military cut down. It was right after I got qualified. You know, I went from shitbird status overnight. I went from shitbird status to the lead flight engineer, you know, in like a day, because it was like if you were between 15 and 20 years, like if you were like at 15 years in one day, they let you retire at like you were in for 20. So people got GTFO'd out of there, boy. There wasn't nothing left. It was fucking tumbleweeds. And I went from, taking out the garbage to lead flight engineer for like a couple weeks because the guys in the office, the chiefs, they've already put in their time. They're just admitting, doing stuff. And they would typically fall behind on their quals, because they were managing all the other, they were all the other, they were doing office stuff like they should be doing. They already done their stuff. But they weren't, I mean, they only needed like a couple quals and they were ready to go, but they needed like a week, because it hit everybody out of the blue. Like all of a sudden, everybody was gone. Well, you got plenty of time left at 42. So it got so bad, and we really didn't have any flight engineers then. So I was literally, they relieved me of all my other responsibilities, and all I did every single day was fly. That's it. It got so bad that we were assigned to an airplane. Like normally there was like 15 planes, but there was only like 12 flight engineers for a while, and we got assigned an airplane. Yeah. We were like we literally started looking at us like we were like a fire extinguisher. Like, oh, and then there must have been 10,000 pilots, so they got to keep their quals too. They got to do so many search and goes, so many touch and goes, so much flying in formation. You know, they had their quals too they had to do. And we were fucking exhausted. They might fly once a week if they were lucky then. You know, I was 7 days. Maybe every once in a while we might get a day off when the plane, thank God, broke down. I was like, oh my God. So we were fucking exhausted. So we were just falling asleep in our seats. You know, every route they had flown. Yeah. Yeah, this is. You know, we've done it like 600 times. Because everybody had to get their turn, you know, to get their turn for the qual. And you would just fall asleep. So, and surprise, I was notorious for falling asleep. But I mean, it'd only be like for a minute or two. But one time we were in a formation. And I had flown real late the night before. And they were in formation. So they had this stuff called skis, station keeping equipment. I gotta get there. Which told you your position relative, you know, this was the early stuff, you know, before GPS and all that. So the pilot couldn't get us to work, and I had fallen asleep, and I kind of heard him because he was bitching about it. But I was kind of dozed off, and he asked me, but then he saw I was asleep, so then he got mad. Said, oh, I'm going to chew his ass. Sergeant's going to get an ass chewing. And then the next goes, yeah, but don't wake him up. He gets angry. He gets angry when he gets woken up. He gets angry when he wake him up. So he get his fucking ass up. And when he gets back to the squadron, I'm going to fucking write his ass up too for falling asleep. You know, all this shit. Yeah, all this shit. I woke up, my fucking ski don't work. And, you know, blah, 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 blah. And so, you know, now I'm up. And I know what you're saying. I was angry. And I looked at his position. And I said, what's the problem? It's like that. What's the problem? And he goes, my fucking ski don't work. This fucking piece of shit. Blah, yeah, I can't get to work, damn it. Blah, blah, blah. And I'll just cliff note it for you. He had the switches set wrong. Yeah, he had the switches wrong. So I'm like, hey, your ski equipment ain't working, huh? And I go, well, fuck's sake, it helps if you got it set right. Jesus. I got up for this? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, man. That's so funny. And then, well, this started a famous saying I had. Was like, you know, we got back on the bus 14 hours later. I go, hey, remember, you were going to write me up. He goes, no, I'm not going to write you up now. You help me out. You know, you guys are tired. I said, oh, no. You're writing me up. I need to get suspended or something. I need a break. So you go ahead and write my ass up. And maybe I'll get suspended for a couple days. That'd be fucking great. I won't mind one bit. You be doing me a great favor. You want to repay me? Do that. Yeah. And then we got back to the squadron. And the chief was there. And he come walking in. And, you know, the chief knows me by now. And then he comes walking in. And then he goes, hey, what Rusty do? Yeah. He goes, hey, what Rusty do? What you do? I said, hey, I did this. And the pilot said he's going to write me up. I should get suspended a couple days for that. And he goes, you ain't getting suspended a couple days? Yeah, you ain't getting suspended for a couple days. There ain't no way that's happening. I said, what's the guy got to do to get suspended around this bitch? What do I got to do? I get a break. Yeah, I said, what the fuck are we talking about then? Quit bothering me with this shit. Unless you're gonna be serious about it, fucking suspend me. I don't want to fucking hear it. You all, and I turn the whole squadron, you all can suck it. Oh, God. And then eventually what happened was, yeah. Yeah, I mean, me and the other flight engineers were just like, we were like fucking wild animals. We were just ragged. We were run ragged. Maple. What's going on? Yeah. We were run ragged. I mean, we did. If you saw another flight engineer at that time, we were run ragged. Oh, shit. Oh, that my fucking auto shout out didn't work. Yeah, I can't apologize enough. That makes me feel so bad that people lose their streaks. And they call it a streak. Woo! I can. It might have something happened here. Let's see what's going on with my shout outs here. You haven't seen Maple. Oh, okay. There it is. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to get it. Make sure you got Maple's channel there, because she does a great job, everybody. I can't stress that enough. It's so good. If you ever see her up, just go hang out. You'll see what I'm talking about. And then what eventually happened was that we all went down, in some kind of medical condition or another. Mine, yeah, when it's you typing a normal message for the first time. Okay, yeah, I think I understand this stuff, but I don't really. We got audit now. We got watch streaks. We got dancing elephants, and stuff. I'm like, I can't. I'm getting lost. I'm swirling down the drain. There's always something. Now, when your face turns more than 180 degrees in the picture frame, you're going to get dancing elephants in the corner. What? Something. Yeah, but what happened was, well, how that resolved itself was we all started getting sick. My friend was the first one. You know, he had that condition where the air gets outside the lung, it gets between the wall and between the lung and the chest wall. He had a huge air bubble in him. So he couldn't fly anymore for a while. And then mine was the cartilage between my ribs because of the pressure changes. You know, it's always expanding your rib cage and stuff. Some kind of flight thing. It got infected. I didn't know it could get infected, and, you know, but you can. Because I had flown for like 45 days in a row. Yeah. I flew, you know, not only around the squadron, but we still had to deploy and do stuff. So I was constantly flying, like every single day. We got no sleep whatsoever because a normal flight day, it's like 12 hours. So we'd be 12 hours and then we'd have to come 12 hours later. And then we were on the plane, so we didn't have to do the pre-flight, but we would just show up, you know, and I had just been there. So people were going down, like walking pneumonia, you know, it wiped us all out. They were like on a serious shortage because we couldn't keep up. There was too many pilots, and normally people would fly like a couple times a week, you know, and then we would do other stuff because it was so physically demanding. So, you know, I even went to Little Rock once because all their flight engineers went down. So we had to fly out there. We were like wandering nomads, flying all over. Overseas was taking care of themselves, but they were saying like, man, some of you guys might have to go overseas. I'm like, holy Jesus. So eventually they caught up. I you know, people started coming in from somewhere. I don't know where they were coming from, but yeah, that hurt like a mother. But there was a lot of yeah, now this was 20 years ago, not now. 25 years ago. Yeah, it wiped us out. We were healing, but we just couldn't catch up. That's why we were falling asleep in the sleep. We couldn't do it. You know, we couldn't physically keep up. You know, there was still fun jumps on the weekend. It was still, yeah, you know, the thing, the big wheel kept on turning, and we just, you know, it just wore our bodies out to the end. I mean, because it took me a month to recover. My friend was 2 months because he kept having to go back for X-rays, you know, to see where the air bubble was. And it eventually shrinks. And then pneumonia, you know, you name it. But now the new 130s, they don't even have flight engineers anymore. Just 3 pilots. But I don't think they're gonna, like I said, with these drones, they're not gonna, there'll be no more D-Day shit. There won't be any of that ever again. Oh, yeah? Yeah, I bet. They could send a drone down there to do it. I'm sure. Probably the person's looking through the camera at the drone, I imagine, and can manipulate everything from upstairs. I mean, there's some things, I suppose, in a rare situation, you'd have to send a person down with diving. I didn't get any gas. Damn it. I will get some. We should have enough to get us back, hopefully. Uh-oh. Woo! Boy, he's so strong that saved us. Okay, hold on. He slipped right off of that bitch. Thank God for the winch point. I think I should get back to the... I forgot. I have a little bit on the... We have some cans on the big catwalk there. That's a big old catwalk. Reminds me of a railroad. It is a train engine. As somebody took a loaf out in the woods. And listen, I know from personal experience that leaves only get you the nearest creek. I'm just saying. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how many survival schools I went to. A bunch. And yeah, no, I don't want to tip the load over. The Avonhorn's pretty stable. You know, and I was doing it, was right on the cusp of GPS coordinates, but I still had to use the map, true north, look for a fucking landmark. Oh, God. And then the big radio with the big whip, you know. Hot Dog 47, come in on a 270 bearing. You'll see me at your 3 o'clock. You know, I mean, what the... Yeah. There was one time that it's a long story, but I embarrassed some people. So instead of going to this combat, it was like a combat exercise that they constantly ran, and you would only go like every year, a year and a half. I was going every fucking month. And they were chasing me through the woods. And they wanted to catch me. It got so bad that... Hold it, let me, hold it. He's, Okay, come on, winch. I can't get the right angle on it. All right. Hold on. Okay, well, that gave me the right angle. Yeah, if I bring it from this side, it will. Come on, baby. There we go. I needed the right angle on the dangle. Yeah, so they wanted to catch me. In hindsight, 20 years later, I should have probably given myself up on the second time, right? I should have just, oh, yeah, the first time was a fluke, and you got me. That's what I should have done. Did I do that? Fuck no. It got so bad that I ended up, and I went and I bought the first that I had seen. I don't know if it was the first one, but it was the first one that I could see because they had a survival store down there where it was stationed. And they just got the GPS, the first one I had ever seen. Right now, everybody's got it, but this was the first time I'd ever seen a civilian version because they were dumbing down the signals. Right? Remember, the military had a more the military had a more accurate. Now that's not the case. But the Army had a more accurate one, but the civilians got their first one. It was as long as my forearm. It used 6C batteries. And it had a LED on it. No color, none of that shit. Just green and black numbers. And it would just give you coordinates of where you were. That was it. You could, like, do the programming, you know, up, down, down, down. And, you know, and change... You know, to give yourself a waypoint, and then it would make you, right? It would give you an arrow. Right, where you needed to go. But what I needed it for was to tell me where I was. Because where I was just flat. And, there weren't any outstanding landmarks, so you didn't know where the fuck you were until you found a road. Right, so that's what I needed. And, I don't know, it was like the sixth time. And what they would do is they would pick your plane. And nobody wanted to go with me because they knew their plane was going to get picked. I said, I don't have a, like I got something to do over this. Ooh, look at my fuel. And then it would put a bag over your head and the Jeep, and they drive you the same spot every time. And then near the end, I would always tell the crew, look, they're after me, not you. I'm just going to get the fuck out of Dodge. You guys do whatever you got to do, but they're after me. So they shouldn't be fucking with you because they want to get me. So I'm going to see you later. And this is as I literally was like a Rambo gear up movie scene. Like, I'm wiping fucking camo paint all over myself. It's so stupid. And then, the Jeep would stop. I would get out. And they knew me by this time, so they would give you coordinates. And then they would light an air bomb simulator right behind you. If you didn't know, like the first time you're standing there, you're trying to figure out where the coordinates that they gave you, where you were, and then form a plan, and all this shit. Well, let me fucking tell you something. While you're doing that, their rules stated, and I had to learn all these fucking rules, right? That as soon as they hand us the paper, then they're allowed to start deploying. You follow what I'm saying? They can start doing their shit. So, motherfuckers, I would kick, as soon as the Jeep would stop, I'd kick the little hatch down, boom, kick that fucking thing open. I'd leap out of the Jeep. I'd be running right to it, and the guy'd be handing me the paper, and I'd be gone. I'm not standing around. Hey, how you doing, grab ass? No grab ass. No grab ass. I'm gone, bitch. And what did that do for him? This is what we found out the first time. As soon as we read the paper, they would set a perimeter around the campfire. So if you could get outside the perimeter, they had to work. Yeah. They didn't I didn't give a fuck. Because, I thought I was going to get a fucking beat down now by this point. I was getting a fucking beat down. So I would always leave. And then they'd send a survival guy with me to make sure, I wouldn't kill myself. And most of them knew me, but I always get the fucking new guy. And he goes, you're supposed to set up a survival plan and all this shit, and blah, blah, blah. I felt bad for him because, well, in that instance, that was the first time I had my GPS. So, and he's ragging my ass, and I'm like, yeah, I know what I'm doing. No, you don't. You don't know. Oh, yeah. I know. And I said, if you keep your mouth shut, you might learn something. Keep your mouth shut. But his GPS was this big white suitcase. Wasn't even fucking camo. It was a big white suitcase, and it was all battery. And they had a little bigger screen than I did, but this fucking thing was like... It was like carrying around a bag of bricks. I mean, I felt bad for him because they had to follow me and carry this piece of shit. And then he was supposed to, radio our position. He was a fucking tattletale. He wasn't supposed to give our position, but they were giving our position. Fucking tattletale. So I usually ditch them guys a couple hours in. I could get rid of them. Real quick. And then he's ragging my ass, and then I'm digging in my backpack, and then I pull out that GPS. Oh, it was like, whoa, what the fuck is that? I said, that's my GPS. That's your GPS. It's so fucking tiny. I said, yeah, no shit. And so, you know, we showed it. Hey, show me yours, I'll show you mine. You know, that kind of shit. And then I had to give him the talk. Like, listen, I go, you fucking tell them where we are. I am going to beat your ass. You understand? I'm going to beat your fucking ass if you tell them where we are. And that's if you're lucky enough. And if I decide that you're going to, you know, fucking hang around me in the first place, because I don't really need you. You're slowing me down. I don't really need you. I ditched him. Yeah, I get away from him every time. Yeah. Now, how serious did this get? I'll tell you how serious this was. I'm like, what the hell? You know, like, this is bad. Right? Like, what the fuck? I got to get out of this. And I'm thinking I'm going to give up to somebody. I was going to find the dumbest private that I could do and give myself up to them. Right? I knew where they hung out. How did I know all this? Well, there, you know, it was sometime in, right? I'm at the squadron. I was supposed to fly. And they took me off the flight, which is like, you know, it usually means you fucked up, you know, and you're going to get a chew down, you know, you're going to get chewed out. But that wasn't it. The base commander at my base was friends with the base commander at the other base, and they were talking shit back and forth about me. Like, yeah, we're going to get that guy this time. I said, you're not going to fucking get him. You know, that kind of shit was going on. So they were betting money. God, this got fucking crazy. So now I'm really fucked. Now I'm thinking, oh, fuck. You know, the next time I'm like, I'm giving myself up. Like, this is it. I can't be doing this. So what, on that day they pulled me off the flight, this girl shows up. You Rusty? Yeah, follow me. And that's it. So I followed her. Where did I go? I went to this building that nobody knew what it really... Yeah. Yeah. And so this is shit that's going on in the military. So, well, this is 25 years ago. So they take me in the building. It's fucking intel. I'm like, what? They had a fucking... In the old days, now we got computers, but before, if you wanted a satellite photo, right? You had to get a picture. So it was a big fucking deal. Then you had the big, like, magnifying glasses, you know, you look down on the thing. They had a fucking satellite photo of the place we ran around in. I got a whole briefing on the place. I was like, oh my God. I knew where every hole was, every fucking toilet, every water spigot. I knew the whole place. And now I'm fucking terrified. Yeah. Now, after that, I was fucking terrified. I'm like, they're gonna fucking kill me. They're gonna fucking kill me. After that, I was gonna give myself up to anybody. I was just gonna find somebody and just give myself up, and that was it. And take the beating, and then this would be done, and I wouldn't have to do it no more. I'm like, this is it. I can't, this is getting fucking serious now. I can't be doing this. So, next month comes. I go. I told everybody I'm fucking giving up. Everybody. I said, this is it. I am not doing this. I wasn't going to give myself up at the fire. I was going to find somebody. I knew where they hung out. I knew where they stationed. I knew where they bivouacked. I knew all of it. So I was just going to walk into their camp. Hey, it's me. So I get to the Jeep. I get all my stuff. I jump out, and now there's a ring of guys surrounded the back of the Jeep. I'm like, oh, here it is. Finally, I'm getting to get the ass beaten, and then it's going to be done. And then for my military guys, the chief's standing out there. I'm like, Chief, that fucking E9. I'm like, Chief, what are you doing here? And he goes, there was so much shit going on, I had to come see for myself. I'm like, you cannot run out in the woods all night. I mean, I know you can, but come on, this is getting serious now. He goes, oh no, I'm going. I'm like, oh man. I said, look, I said, I've given myself up. He goes, you better not. I said, I'm going to do it. I'm going to fucking do it. I'm telling you right now. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And he goes, well, there's somebody that wants to talk to you first. I'm like, who? He goes, I'm not sure, but I'm going with you. I said, thank God. And I walk over, and there was these guys all by themselves, and they look serious. Look like, you know, like Delta Force or something. I don't know who they were. It could have been SEALs. I don't know. They could have been anybody, but they definitely were a higher grade than the rest of them. And they said, hey, this is Captain so-and-so. We're going to participate in the event tonight. I've heard you're kind of slippery. I said, thank God. I got a couple places. I'll meet you there, right? And give myself up and get this over with. Fuck, finally. Thank God. Here, where do you want to meet? And they go, we don't need no help catching you. We're going to wrap you up in 5 minutes and we're going to be back drinking Mai Tais in no fucking time. I'm just here to tell you, you know, your reign's basically over. Yeah, your reign's over. I'm like, what the fuck? I said, I don't want to do this anymore. And they're still talking shit. Like, yeah, you're going to do it. You're going to do it one more time. Not very long, but, you know, they're talking that kind of shit. I'm like, holy fuck. So, ads are coming up in 30 seconds. So, I want to get a soda. So, this is upsetting, too. This is funny now. It wasn't funny then. It wasn't funny then. Not even a little bit. But let me get a soda, stand up and stretch a little bit. Yeah, intermission. There's not much left. There's not much left. But 8 seconds, so let's stretch. And I'll be right back, everybody. All right. Yeah, but it wasn't funny then. So now I got some kind of special forces guy talking shit. Everybody's back. I'm like, oh fuck. Me and the chief are walking away. And the chief goes, you know what? I'm stopping this. He goes, you're not going to do it because I'm actually afraid for your safety. Chief, there's no stopping it. I don't think we can stop it. I said, I'm thinking of giving myself up. And he didn't want to do it. Right. So we don't know what to do. But I had one thing left because I had a map. I said, listen, I've got I got an idea. Okay. But you're not going to be able to stay with me initially. Do you know where the retrieval point is? Yeah. You know where the retrieval point is? He goes, yeah. I go, meet me there. He said, what? Yeah, I said in about 10 minutes. Are you serious? I said, I'm dead serious. I said, you don't have to follow me around. I know what I'm doing. You got to haul that big fucking piece of shit. You want me to take that big piece of shit briefcase for you? He goes, no. I'll get somebody to do that. So what it was right behind the fire, because of the map that I looked at earlier, I knew that there was basically a goat trail from about 10 yards out. If I hung a right, there was a little trail that went all the way, believe it or not, directly to the pickup point. I was just saving that for like a rainy day. Well, it's fucking raining. So I took the piece of paper, right? And I said, give me the go. I said, you guys know the fucking drill. And they handed me the paper and I fucking took off. I ran to the goat trail and I ran down it as fast as I fucking could. Now I was training too on the month. I would like wear a backpack and everything and run through the forest. I mean, this was getting fucking serious. So I was in pretty decent shape and I ran down this goat trail and I did pretty good. I got there in 8 fucking minutes because they hadn't set up yet. One guy saw me because I had to cross a road. The roads are the biggest risk. I would run down, I come like off it, I land in the middle of the road, like on one leg, like I'm running, and then just shot off into the fucking forest. I mean, buddy, he was like, I wasn't sure. I thought I saw something, but maybe it was you, but maybe it wasn't. Yeah. And then I jump in the bushes. And I mean, I feel like I'm going to puke. I'm running so hard. So I'm just sitting there. Right? Oh my God. Because I was running on pure fear, by the way. Pure fear and adrenaline was also boosting through my system. So I jumped into the bushes. Yeah, that's pretty much what it was. I jumped into the bushes. And I sat there and it was like 15 minutes later, the chief comes in, he crawls into the bush and he goes, he started laughing. He couldn't believe it. He was like, what the fuck? Who the fuck are you? Who are you? What the fuck is this? I can't believe it. And then he's going on, this is fucking great. He was going on and on. And then, I go, okay, I'm going to call it in. And then he reached over and he snatches my radio. And he goes, fuck them. He said, you're not doing shit. We're going to sit here on our fucking ass and let them run around all goddamn night. That's what the fuck we're going to do. I said, okay. That's a deal. That's no problem. And then he goes, it just keeps going. He goes, yeah, he goes, you got those sodas and Oreo cookies? Now, in my pack, I had certain things I like to take. I didn't want to take a big fucking sub and eat it out there, because I didn't want to take a shit. Right? So I would take 2 bags of Oreo cookies and 2 sodas. Not diet at the time. I was younger, so real Coca-Colas in my backpack. I said, how the fuck do you know about them? He goes, because I read your file. I said, I got a file? What do you mean I got a file? He goes, oh yeah, you got a file. I saw it. It was on my name. Their reports and the other things. They did go through my backpack each time, and they would actually document what the fuck was in there. I'm like, Jesus Christ! And then they saw the GPS, but they couldn't do anything about it because fuck you. I'm allowed to buy whatever I want, right? Just because you bought the shitty ones, that's not my fucking problem. I'm supposed to buy survival equipment. So the decision was he gets to keep it. Like fuck you guys. So I had a fucking file. And then he goes, my wife made us some sandwiches. So we gave him one of my sodas, we had some sandwiches, then we finished up with dessert of Oreo cookies, and then he says, we're gonna take a nap. Yeah. He goes, we're gonna take a fucking nap. I don't know about you. I said, yeah, I wouldn't mind a nap. And then so we're sitting there. Okay, here's the conspiratorial nature of it. This is what I think why them fuckers were so confident that they were gonna get my fucking ass. There was a helo flying around. They never had a helo before. They had a helo tonight. I don't know if it was just for me, but it sure seems like it. And on that fucking helo, which was very top secret at the time, I knew about it because I had, in my fucking travels, I had seen this shit, but I had only heard rumors of it. Like now we got it on a cell phone, but back then it was super, super top secret. So they had that fucking FLIR, and they were probably, I don't know, going to use it for a test or use it for their own training. I don't know. They didn't have it, right? But you can't see something that's not fucking there. So I was already in the spot, but they didn't think I was at the spot. They thought I was around the campfire spot, and they were jerking off all night. And the Chief's got, I said, Chief, what's this fucking helo? He goes, I'm gonna fucking find out. I'll tell you that. And so, but it doesn't matter now because we're taking a nap. I said, that's fine with me. So we took a nap. It was like 6 hours later. We woke up. He actually woke me up. It's time, my ass is starting to itch. We got to get out of here. I said, okay. I said, do you want to do the honors, Chief? He goes, no, you do it. He says, he goes, I've been waiting for this all night. And then I called it in because the radio was like, you couldn't hardly get a word in edgewise. Bip, bap, bip, bap, bip, bip, bap, 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 bip, bap, you northwest sector, bip, bap, bip, bap, bip, bap, bap, bap. I mean, they were just all over the place. Where is he? Bip, bap, bip, 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 bap, bap, bip, bip, bap. They were fucking going crazy. Then I waited for my moment. A moment came. And then I forget what my call sign was. I said, this is Ranger 22 ready for pickup. You could hear the fucking pin drop. That shut down the radio like right away. Like, yeah, fucker. Yeah, what you got now? Nothing, you fucking bunch of cunts. I wanted to say that. Yeah, exactly. I'll never forget that, man. Ranger 22, ready for pickup. Yeah. And the radio went fucking dead. Like 100 people talking to fucking dead. Like you could hear it Like, they were just totally fucking shocked. Oh, my God. And then the only fun part was, you got to ride in the helo. And that was it. But I didn't get picked up by the super guys, I got picked up by, the regular guys, which is fine. And then, we were the last ones actually to arrive because, I don't know, something was wrong with the helo. They had to stop for a second, so we were dicking around. It's always dicking around. So we were dicking around, and we come in there last. And the first guys I see, who is it, you think? It's the Special Forces guys. I was like, hey, Cap, what's up? I said, I missed you guys last night. Where were you? They were laughing. They were laughing. Oh, shit. Yeah. I mean, I actually got, like, the nod, like, from the guys. Like, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was good. That was a good one. I'm thinking, oh, shit. Yeah. And then, yeah. And then I stayed the fuck quiet. That was after that. That was it. That's all I said. I just sat there. And then, you know what? Who I had to kind of mediate was the fucking chief, because he was talking shit to everybody. Oh, yeah. He could get away with it. I mean, the first colonel was running the place, a fucking full bird. First thing he says to Colonel, you really run a tight ship here, Colonel. Holy God. He was in everybody's ass. Oh my God. Oh man. But I was like, the next time, I knew it was coming again. I said, the next time, I'm not even gonna leave the fire. Like, they're just gonna have to take me in. I can't be doing this anymore. But I never made it that far because, I got emergency orders to Sarajevo. I had to go over there, thank God. Because they sent me to a class, because I was the lowest ranking. So anytime a class came up that nobody wanted to go to, I had to go to it. Which got me in a lot of strange situations, because I had like Arctic survival. I had LAPES quals. And I was, at the time, one of 13 flight engineers in the world in the Air Force, because they had just put flares on the C-130s, and you had to be qualified for that. Because it was more than just shooting a flare. You had to do other stuff too. The flares were like the easiest part. So I went to this tactical air C-130 school and got qualled, but I didn't realize I was qualled. And then they shot down that 130 over there, the Italian one, where American one was in line and got his engine failed, and he pulled out and he took the number 3 spot, and they were expecting an American plane, not an Italian plane. And the poor bastards got hit with like 5 missiles. Yeah. So they only wanted the C-130s that could go in there, that had flares. And they needed the crews that were qualified in flares. I was one of the crews qualified. I was one of 13. Eventually everybody got it, right? But at the time they said, we only want 13 because we only have 13 planes. And if we need to send somebody, we'll just emergency evac them to wherever they got to go. And then until in the pipeline, people can, get trained. I didn't realize that what I had. And all of a sudden, I got emergency orders to go to Sarajevo. That was the lowest ranking. Because usually, for classes like that, that's kind of hoity-toity type of stuff, they would send the E8s, E9s. And I was in E4. And when I got there, you should have seen the line. My military people know E9, 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 E8, E9. There's one E7 and then an E4. Oh, man. They looked at me like, you must be some kind of goddamn genius. So I went first. I was first in the rotation, big surprise. And so, 12 hours later, I'm getting shot at in Sarajevo. And then I was even on the plane. There was that CNN reporter that's made that famous. She got shot by a sniper. Margaret Moss. I think she's dead now. I don't know how I'm still alive, but she died. I didn't know her or anything. I didn't even see her because her face was all bandaged up. When I saw her, that was a big clusterfuck. Oh my God. All right, I need two more. One more. And so, I don't know how I got that one. I think, I met another girl in Intel. And she said it was, they were gunning for us. They wanted to shoot down an American plane. And if they could get that on a high-profile mission like that, then, that would bring everybody in. But the problem was, yeah. I mean, I didn't see a whole bunch of it, and it was kind of burned up when I was there. But I only really went to the airport. I didn't go around town or anything. Because she was supposed to be there. I mean, we had cap, we had carriers off the coast. We had cap overhead. We had everybody. I mean, if somebody had started some shit, they would have got it. You know what I mean? Like, it would have been hell on earth for whoever wanted to start something. If they wanted to start something, you can start something if you want to, but we're going to fucking finish it. And then that was weird because we're going in, right? Because I'd already been there, and you could see the guys shooting machine guns at us and stuff. And then they were shooting mortars at us, but not really. There was kind of around the airport because they wouldn't let them set up, right? These guys at least on the mortar teams were really good because they could go and just drop a tube and poof, because somebody was going to dust them, right? They didn't last long. They maybe could get 1-2 shots off, and then that would be it. That their clock was punched. So she was supposed to be there at the airport. And then they told us she was at the airport before we took off. And we said, okay, we're going in. And then the pilots are talking. Now, I got all kinds of people on the back, on the plane. I even got these two fuckers on the bunk. There was a bunk. There was my seat. Behind my seat, there was a bunk. And then to the right of my seat was the nav station. And then I got these two fuckers on the bunk. All military uniform, no tags or nothing. I'm like, oh. And they had the weirdest hatch I've ever seen. It was that, because we had a hatch, an escape hatch right up at the top. So they took our normal hatch off, and then this one had all antennas on it. And they were talking to somebody on the radio. So as long as they didn't bother me, I didn't give a shit. You can talk to whoever you want to. I don't give a shit. Just don't fucking bother me. So, we're calling them, and we must have asked them 15 times. She's there. Yeah, she's here. She better fucking be there. She's here. I'm telling you right now. This is what they're talking on the radio. She better fucking sit there, right? And then finally she's here. Okay, she's there. And listen, motherfucker, she better be there, or we're gonna kick you in the ass if she's not. You know, you're not gonna like it if she's not there. This is a conversation on the radio. So we get there. Land at the airport. The load runs back. Now the load's a fucking E7. You know, I got 4 stripes. He's got 7. You know, I got a colonel, light colonel, and a colonel, fucking navigator. Right? I got big brass balls on this fucking plane. And so the load is now dicking around. There's a dicking around. You know, this is not the place that you fucking sit around and say, how you been? No, you do your shit and you get the fuck out. Especially this. So they're dicking around and the pilot turns back to me like, hey, go see what the fuck is going on. I said, what the fuck am I going to do? We got a fucking E7 back. Get your fucking ass back there. I'm like, God damn it. So I fucking disconnect and I go in the back and the load's arguing with a guy. You know, and then I just walk up. I don't know what they're talking about. And I go, where the fuck is she? Because I don't see her. Where the fuck is she? She's not here. I said, what the fuck do you mean she's not here? Now, they're shooting in the background now. They're shooting in the background. Where the fuck is she? She's not here. When the fuck is she gonna be here? 4 hours. Bye. I said, and this is E7. I said, look, close that fucking door. We are leaving. We are leaving right now. Because I had already been shot at this place. This is not the place you hang around. Because we could go to Zagreb and sit there until she fucking gets here. Right? We got to get out of here. We're a fucking mortar magnet. We can't be doing this. So I get up. I go, she's not here. We need to go to Zagreb. Let's go. Let's get the fuck out of here. And then, remember them 2 dipshits on the bunk? Remember them? This guy leans forward and goes, we're staying. And the pilot goes, guess we're staying. I said, who the fuck are these guys? Like this. Yeah. I go, who the fuck are these guys right here? Who the fuck are you? Well, I'll tell you who the fuck they were. They were radio specialists that had a direct hotline to the war room in the White House or the Pentagon. Where the fucking war room is, the fucking generals and all that are sitting around getting reports from these guys. I was like, God damn. And then I said, oh, I'm sorry, can I get you coffee or anything? They thought that was... Can I get you coffee? I guess the generals thought that was funny. I found out later. I don't know how they heard me, but yeah, they're talking to it. They're talking to him. I'm like, oh man. Well, they knew. I guess they really like when she wasn't there, and they were surprised that she wasn't there either. So now we got to sit, which kind of fucked everybody up. But I guess they launched everybody, right? Nothing in that country was going to move or come our way or do anything without us seeing it and doing something about it. So we sat there for 4 hours. It was incredible. We were just walking around. I didn't stray too far from the airplane. I mean, because it's dangerous. It's dangerous to shut anything off, especially an airplane. You stop them motors. We couldn't idle for 4 hours because we wouldn't have the gas to get out. But, the thing is, if you shut it off, it might not start again. Right? A starter could break, These planes are made in the 60s, So, I didn't like it, but we could set it up, and you have to set your prop a certain way and stuff and get started in case you need a buddy start. So we sat there for 4 hours, and then she finally showed up. And when she showed up, man, the shit hit the fan. It erupted out on the outside of the airport. The NATO brought her in. I think it was NATO. And she was in like this massive, I've never seen anything like that before. This massive APC carrier. I was like, what is that thing? I've never seen anything like that. I mean, it was massive. And then there was a full escort, of course. And then we did hear the planes flying overhead, and they got her out. And then, they backed her back, dick around again. We're dicking around. When they said he was here, we immediately started starting the airplane, so that was ready to go. And then we're just sitting there in the she's here, okay. And then there was like a couple big machine guns going off. Bah, 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 bah. I could hear this over the airplane. I'm like, pop. I'm like, oh my God. I mean, it was just like a bee's nest out there. Bah, bah, bah. And I'm sitting there, and we're still sitting there, and then we're sitting there some more, and then we're still sitting there, and then we're sitting there some more, and then we're sitting there, and we're still sitting there, and then we were sitting there some more, and then finally the pilot looks back to me and says, "Get back there and see what the fuck is going on." And then, so I run back there, and the rig, they were supposed to look at all this stuff, but she was on like an old Nash stretcher, and it had the wooden handles, and there was these rods that would come down, and there was adapters that you could hang the hand, snap in, and that the litter would sit there, and then you could stack like 4 or 5 people high, right? This whole thing, but we only needed one. We hardly ever used it, because usually we tested all that. I thought they had tested it all. I mean, I guess they had found one and it worked, but of course, when you need it, it was just these cheap little clamps, and they never worked. They never worked. They should have put another. There was some stuff they could have put on there for a bed and stuff, but I don't know why they went that way. But there was like 6 or 7 doctors literally back there, so I figured they had that covered. I didn't have to get in the middle of that, but I did. And so the low was having a hard time. And, I said, "Step aside, everybody. I'm here to help." And so they stepped aside, and the low knew what we were going to do. I grabbed my side. He grabbed his side. We put her on the floor. I got a cargo strap, and I threw it to him, and then he strapped it to the ground. We had to leave. We had to leave. We couldn't wait. It was too hot. When we get off the ground, then we can screw around. Right now, we have to leave. We have to go. And she had been shot in the face. So she had a trach in her chest. Down, I didn't know they could do that. Even below her neck. It was like in her chest or something. because it had taken out her whole lower jaw. But I only saw her face was completely wrapped up. I didn't see her. I didn't talk to her or nothing. And so we put her on the ground, which she was fine. Yeah, she was in bad shape, but we couldn't wait. You know, her lower body was fine, so we just strapped her down because we had to fucking leave. Right? We could not stay. There was no staying. I can't tell you enough. It was that hot. We couldn't stay, and so, he strapped her down. The doctors were having a fit. And I got up there, and then this made me famous was, this actually became a thing. I slapped the pilot on the shoulder and said, "Power's good." And then he laughed. And now what that means is normally we would get to the end of the runway because it was so short. The pilot would put on the brakes. He'd run the power up to full. And then I would look at the gauges and say power's good. That means the engines are good. Let's get the fuck out of here. But I told him in the parking lot, meaning that means we're taking off. I'll deal with whatever we got to deal with in the air. We cannot stay here. You know, that was not an option. So he laughed. And so now we're taxiing out. And, I'm watching everything and it looks good. Right? All the gauges look good and everything. And, he stops on the end of the runway only because it's habit. And he put the brakes on and he ran the power up. And as he's doing that, I was going to tell him, but I looked to my left, I saw the first mortar come in. It was far away. The guy did a great job. It was very far away, but it hit. And then about 2 seconds later, one hit on a straight line heading directly for us. I said, and everybody said, I started screaming. Like, we've got to get the fuck out of here right now. Right now, power's good, goddammit. Power's good. And I just keep screaming this, and he just wouldn't go. It seemed like he just, like time stopped or something. I saw the other one come in, and now I'm counting. I saw the explosion. I'm in my mind, I'm going 1001, 1002, and I'm screaming, and we didn't move. And I must have been shaking him or something. Because the next one, by the grace of God, missed. It hit way forward where it should have been, right? It should have been, I don't know if it would have been right on the airplane, but it definitely would have hit the wing. And it should have hit the wing. But it didn't. It hit forward. So he might have been getting fucked with. Hopefully, because like I said, they jumped on him. I don't know why he missed, but he fucking missed. And then finally the pilot woke up and we took off. I was like, man, you got to be kidding me. And so it wasn't over then yet. Because now, we pretty much, you needed to get to 14,000 feet. And then you were safe from pretty much most fire or missile that they were shooting at us. 14,000 feet. We needed to get to 14,000 feet as fast as we possibly could. And so we were doing that. But then, yeah, exactly. Then, the doctors called back and said she's choking. Because she can't handle the changes in pressure. Right? The pressurization, we weren't really running. Normally I wouldn't run it, but for her I had to run it because, her medical condition. Yeah. So now she's choking. So the doctor said we got to stay between 300 to 500 feet per minute, preferably 300 feet. And so I took over manually from it was automatic. You know, there's too much variables going on, right? For the system. It was old, it couldn't keep up. Plus the plane's beat up, so you know, it's not exactly the best. So I'm running it manual as far as I could go. And I said, I can't control it anymore. And so then we had to climb out of there at 300 feet per minute. If you want to talk about tight rectums, oh my God. We had everybody at every window because we were looking for that missile launch. Luckily, it didn't come. And that took forever. That fucking took that was the longest. Because I had the flares in my... I was the guy that shot him. So I had it in my hand. So I needed somebody to say, you know, I forget what it was, like missile. And so I would do it, and the pilot needed to do what he needed to do. Right? I just kept cranking those things. But it didn't come. And then we got one of the rare overflights over Switzerland, I think, to get her straight there. Because she was having medical problems. And so they said, yeah, you can overfly it. So we overflew them and then landed at Rhine, Main, where the military was still there. I don't think they're there anymore, but the main airport. And that was the big, you know, shit show over there. You know, because everybody was there. All the news was there. I don't think I was there. And then for some reason, they were like, yep, the only reason she made it was our flight engineer. I was like, what? Are you kidding? The only thing I really did was, you know, give her the finger. That's it. That's all I did. I wasn't the only one. Yeah, and that made me famous. Well, that and another thing. That made me famous. And I got notoriety so much to the point that now I was a flight engineer. Now I was a flight engineer that every time I farted, gold dust fell on the ground. You know, that's what people thought. I'm like, you don't know how far off you are. So now I'm flying with every random crew that comes in. You know, like a general wants to get in the heat. I had plenty of generals in there. You know, I had to go with them. Which was fine. I mean, it's my crew, though. And then one time, this was the first time they started screwing over the National Guard. They were bringing the Guard in. They brought all their planes in because they had flares. And then it was nice because we were riding on these brand new airplanes. So they would be on the rotation, and ended up we were flying on their planes and they were flying on our shit boxes. Oh man, they could barely handle it, but you know. So we were going in. It was just a regular run. And like I said, they had to shut down for some reason, and the starter broke. The shaft sheared off like they always did. And so they couldn't start one of their engines. Could they have made it taken off? Yes. It would have been white knuckle on 3 engines, but we were coming in, so they wanted to do a buddy start. And a buddy start is because the propellers blow all this air back. Right? If you set the prop a certain way on the plane that's broken, it will actually spin the engine fast enough to start it. So they call it a buddy start. When was the last time somebody did a buddy start? Like 1960? Or some shit like that, Vietnam? You know, and I'm doing it. You know, like, oh my God. You know, you got to do a buddy start. I was like, yeah, I said, what the fuck do you mean we got to do a buddy start? Yeah, you're famous. Every time you fart, gold dust comes out. I said, yeah, we could do it. All I had was the fucking instructions. That's it. And the picture was one plane directly in front of another. You know, basically you get in front of the other guy, you run the engine up, You know, it's not a fucking rocket science. You know, they've got to make sure their engine's set though, but you know. So we got there and all their engines were running, right? Because you don't want to stay. I mean, you're a mortar magnet. Fucking mortar magnet. So we get there, we drop off our shit, we turn around, and the best that we can do is it was on their right wing, it was number 3. And so best we could do is their right wing, our left wing, the blades were cattywampus. So one wing was over another wing because we didn't know. We've never really done one for real. I mean, all we had was a picture, and that's what we were trying to do. But so there was one wing over the other wing, you know, like our left wing and their right wing was behind us. So there was enough thing. And so they're dicking around. They're arguing back and forth. I'm trying to mind my own damn business. I don't want to get in the middle of this. Well, I couldn't. I didn't voice up, and I'm looking in the book to see if there's any kind of note or anything that will give us some kind of clue. And then they said, "Hey, we got Rusty over there. We got Rusty on our crew." And I hear the other crew, "Oh, yeah, Rusty's here? Oh man, fuck yeah. Let's see what he says." And so now I got everybody in the aircraft. Now they're looking at me, you know, like, well, what do we do? I'm like, oh my God. I'm thinking in my mind, I don't fucking know. And so I put the book down. I made a big production out of it. I put the book down. Now, the only thing that's going through my mind is I'm thinking we got to get the fuck out of here. Right? We cannot stay. You get in the theme? Don't stay. So I make a big production. I look out of the window and I said, yeah, this will fucking work. What's the problem? I didn't know shit. I didn't know what I was talking about. I had no fucking idea what I was talking about. I literally pulled that out of my ass. I literally pulled that out of my ass. I figured it would work. I said, there's going to be wind blowing back there. I didn't know shit. And he said, Rusty's good to go. Now and they said, fuck yeah, let's get going. And I'm thinking, oh my God, the plane's going to flip over. Something's going to break or something. And then they're going to say, well, Rusty said it was fine. You know, I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, oh my God. I didn't know what I was talking about. I was just picking it up as I go along. And then they run the power up, and my eyes are shut. I can't even look at the gauges because I'm waiting for the disaster. I'm like, oh my God, what did you do? What did you do? What did you do? And I said, engine started. I was like, whoa. I said, let's get the fuck out of here. And of course, the airport came under fire because there was 2 C-130s sitting on the fucking ramp. No mortars this time, but man, they were tearing us up with machine gun fire. Every once in a while, we'd find a hole. And then they got it. Then I said, you know, as soon as the engine said, I said, power's good. You know, get the fuck out of here. And then the pilot says over the radio, Rusty says, power's good. And they're like, roger that. And we literally took off together. It was almost formation. Because the tower's now screaming at us to get out of here. It said, if you don't get out of here, you're not going to get out of here. And we took it, and they were just right the fuck behind us. Hit that ground, straight up. Got the hell out of Dodge. And then I get back. I got all the papers upstairs. I got all kinds of letters, and I had a bunch of ceremonies I had to go to because I personally saved everybody's life. I'm like, oh, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. but I couldn't get away. Then I was really like, oh, fuck. How am I going to get out of this? And then they put me in for medals and stuff, but I mean, there was I heard all kinds of rumors. Like they put me up for the DFC, Distinguished Flying Cross, all this stuff. But whatever medal it was, I'm not saying that's what it is. That was like the rumor. Was the White House turned me down? The White House kiboshed it. Clinton did. I don't know that but that's what I was told. And then I ended up getting another one. It was on the same row as far as ranking goes, but only 7 people ever in the Air Force had ever been issued it. And it didn't mean nothing. It meant nothing. Nobody knew what it meant. I had to order the ribbon special. You know, I was mad because the other medal really didn't mean a damn thing to me, but it did mean that I would get points for promotion. My military guys are out there. They know what I'm talking about. You know, because when you go for a test, I couldn't get promoted because of my career field was so tiny. It was so hard to get promoted. So I wasn't getting promoted. But if I had got the medal, that would have pushed me over the top and I could have got promoted. But I didn't. I didn't get it. So it got me nowhere. And that's probably the most advanced things. I mean, to get off on a big tangent there. That was like the most exciting time, I guess. The rest of it was just hauling toilet paper and stuff. Yeah, I only got over there because of that qual. That was it. But they didn't call it combat time. They called it something else. Because if it was combat time, they'd have to pay us combat pay. Yeah. You know, it was a humanitarian thing. It wasn't a war zone, but they were still shooting at us anyway. Right? Semantics. Because we weren't officially, right, war people. Did that do it? Okay, that did it. So and then I screwed around in cargo for a while, and then after Kobar Towers, that killed a bunch of almost all of the flight engineers and the search and rescue squadron that was over there. So I got emergency orders, and now I was in search and rescue, which was under the purview of special ops. But I didn't feel like special ops. And I did that for a couple years, and then I just got sick of it. I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. Because I wasn't doing search and rescue stuff. I was doing other shit. I gotta leave it at that. I'm like, I'm sick of this. Because I was one of the lead in flight engineers at the time that had more quote-unquote combat time than anybody. I think there was a couple guys that were ahead of me, but I was in the top 5. And it didn't mean shit. It's just I couldn't stay. I was fucking completely burned out. Because the tempo didn't stop. I wanted to go to the school at Little Rock and teach the new guys coming in. You know, I needed a little break. But I wasn't going to get it. And I knew what I would have got. I mean, it was shit like, you know, that's when that no-fly zone shit started. So we were over there in the desert, and we could only stay for 90 days. And so I'd be over there 90 days, and then it was more than one time, you know, they wouldn't let us stay. Like, just let us stay, but it was a big hullabaloo. And so I would like serve the 90 days and they'd have to fly me all the way back to the States. Like Europe wasn't good enough. They'd have to fly me all the way back to the States, but somebody else was supposed to take the 90 days. Well, you know, one thing leads to another. Like one time I got home, you know, it was like 2 or 3 days of traveling. I literally got in my bed at the barracks and I hadn't even slept 4 hours yet. And they called me on the phone and said, you're going back. I mean, I hadn't even taken a shower yet. I mean, there were several instances like that. You know, it just wears on it. If I wasn't there, I was in Europe somewhere. If I wasn't there, I was in South America somewhere. Doing shit. I'm like, fuck this, man. I couldn't do it. I was like, I need something to change, or I want to go back to being a jet engine mechanic. This is ridiculous, this shit. But that's water under the bridge. Now, I just got to make sure the Chihuahua's got food. That's it. That's it. What is it? I'm running out of time here. Yeah. Yeah. Used to lead armies in the battle. Now I can't handle the Chihuahua. Well, like I said, I wouldn't have a job anyway. Fucking computers would have taken that. Maybe I could have wrote it out. I don't know if I'm a legend. That was a long time ago. It's different. War's different now. I didn't get gas again. I was BSing too much. I'll have to make another run. Maybe I could get this in before we can finish this up. I don't have to go. Yeah, I'll have to run it back, but he can travel pretty fast. Or I can load him up from the... Nah, he's better. That seems like 100 years ago. I doubt my planes are even in service. They might be. I don't think so. Like I said, they're not going to do that kind of stuff anymore. They're not going to do what I was doing. You know, it's going to be all robots now. Which is either good or bad. You know, the drones, they don't need us for reconnaissance. They don't need to risk anybody for anything. But it's kind of funny now, but it wasn't funny then. Not even a little bit. Yeah. I mean, it was a wreck. Like when I left, I was destroyed. There wasn't any flying job I could do anyway because flight engineers had already been replaced in the civilian world with you know, computers. So there wasn't any. And I mean, I didn't even want to look at airplanes. I didn't even want to look at it. I don't even want a window seat. Especially near an engine. No, no, please no. Because I know what I'm looking at. Yeah. Yeah, I had a story about that too. I forget where I was going, but we went on a big jet and then they got us on a little prop puddle jumper to go to another place. And there was no other seat. They had to sit me next to the engine. So I shut the gate because I didn't want to look outside. I don't want to know. I don't want to know anything about anything. Oh, thanks, Turbo. I don't know if you can hear me. Oh, I don't know. I knew ads were running. I didn't know if anybody could hear me. Oh. Oh, we're back. Get what I was talking about. Forgot what I was saying. Oh, how it goes. That's it. That's my best one. The rest of it's just hauling dog poop. That's it. That was a long time ago. That's literally ancient history. I can't imagine what they're doing nowadays. But this'll it. This'll finish up the shorts. This is all the shorts we need. I wanted to get this last load in. It's supposed to be somewhere else, Chad. I'm playing hooky. It was only supposed to be short, but this rain kept coming in. I couldn't do shit that I need to do outside. So if I'm sitting here and get some logs done, then tomorrow's a couple logs and we can start, I don't know, doing things of importance. Oh, this will save a lot of time later for that other damn mission. It needs 2 mediums. That's why I did so many mediums, because it needs 2 mediums by itself. And then 5 shorts, but I wasn't going to run one load over here. I'll have an extra thing of shorts over here in case something happens, and I get a couple longs over here in case the game wants to surprise me with something. You know, we'll have logs over here. Or I can send a truck and get some, if whatever it, you know, I'm not sure. Because we're still at the beginning of this thing, but there shouldn't be any more log hauling after this. I mean, you can't go that way because it's so not with this rig. Because there's logs in the center. I want to do that part of the sawmill. I think that might clear out. I don't know. It's just a guess. It's just a guess. But this finish up the shorts. And then the long is just for me. And then we can open up. We got all the planks we need to get all them bridges open, which there's not many left. Because that's why we had to haul so many, because it needed medium logs down in the pit. We did that. Avamore did a good job, though. And then next time, tomorrow should be normal. Had to run for fuel again. And then get the other truck ready. But it won't be as many runs as this. Just a couple, maybe 2. Then I'll call my OCD, and then we can start doing other stuff. I mean, this area is just a slog anyway. Plus, what is it? A couple days Mexico comes out? When does Mexico come out? I mean, I might have enough to scout it out, but all my gear's over here. Let's scout it out and take a look at it. Woo! I do like those foodums, man. All right. right. Now we got all kinds. All right. And that's all the time I got for today, everybody. It was another great day. Another great day. We got the shorts done. We got 4 hours in. I got to go do adult stuff now, unfortunately. But thanks for hanging out with me today. It was another great day. Yeah, that was nice. Getting those shorts done. Yeah, Turtle, thanks for hanging out. Thanks everybody for hanging out. What do we have? Well, Maple got a 3-stream streak. Pope, it's always good to see you, buddy. Thanks for hanging out today. Oh, nice. Okay. Let's see. Triple. Well, I didn't see Triple Day, but I know he's watching because Triple 88A, get this. 145 stream streak. Can you believe that? I can't believe that. Oh, Jesus. That's incredible. It's got to be a record. Hey, yeah, he deserves it. That's for him. But yeah, so we're getting this. This area is just a slog. Yeah, that's what it is. It's kind of the mindset's in my thing. It's just we got to slowly slog it out, and that's what we've been doing. Although the logs went a lot smoother today. And tomorrow they shouldn't take very long at all either. And then, like I said, we can start doing stuff. I don't know what, but we're going to do it. So, but we got Mexico coming. I don't know when. I got to look. Now, I've heard the 25th. I've heard the 30th. I don't know. But we'll have to see. And if it's Cisjordania, God knows what Mexico is going to be like. I guess there's some kind of new mechanic like falling rocks or something. I don't know. I haven't just kind of heard it when I was screwing around. But yeah, there's no other big news other than that, you know. And you know, I do appreciate everybody hanging out here, lurkers, mod. Thanks for all the mod help. Keeping the people in line. Didn't seem like we had to drop the hammer today, though. But it's always there, and there's no rust on it. That bitch gets used around here. That's right. But so tomorrow being a normal day, I should be on 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. If anybody wants to come by, be doing more logs in the morning. Not the morning, but you get it. Beginning. And then yeah, this was a good one. I'm glad I was able to do it. I like to do it, but the rain kept me inside today, so there you go. But I'm not going to raid out. Like I said, I got an appointment I got to make now. So I'm going to let you all free range. And it was a great day, everybody. It was a great day. So please have a great rest of your Tuesday. Yeah, it's Tuesday. And like I said, I should be on tomorrow. Yeah. Like I said, 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. I live in Eastern Tennessee, same time zone as New York City. But if I don't see you for a while, thank you for all the support today. So that's it. Old Star's going to log off here, everyone. Have a great night. I hope to see you soon. And thank you for everything, really. And it was I love having you here. So gonna just, like I said, sign off. So I'll see you later, everyone. Take it easy now.